Alright, and hello. And whoops, I forgot to do something. One sec. I forgot to do something. Hold on. Alright. Alright, we're back. Hi. I forgot to turn on I forgot to turn on the camera for the tracking, but we're here. Hi. But yeah, alright. We're now on to the sequel of the first game, The Greatest Attorney to Resolve. We're on to the sequel now. So yeah, looking forward to seeing where we go. Like, the last game ended, it ended, there's still obviously things going on. Like, there's like, compared to the other Ace Attorney games, there's like an obvious sequel hook. On a cliffhanger, yeah. Yeah. So let's get right to this. I don't think this will take, like 8 hours again. This is the first case, so I imagine it's gonna be pretty short. Maybe 4 hours, maybe, because well, the first case in the first game took 6 hours. That's also because it had like tutorial inside it as well. So plus I had to like introduce Ryunosuke, Kazuma, the whole like gameplay stuff. So I think this might be a bit shorter. We'll see. Because like I realized, yeah, like even though, because I saw that for the last case, it's meant to only take what 8 hours or 8 to 9 hours at most. But like because I'm reading out loud, plus I get sidetracked sometimes. It does take a few. It did take a lot longer. So I gotta take into account the fact that I'm reading out loud. Because obviously I read faster in my head, but that'd be that would be quite dull if I just like, yeah. It's more fun for me to read out loud. Any of you got sacrifices? I kind of need a favor from the rain god. Otherwise, I have little hopes of surviving the next year. Other than that, how you two find it's doing? Doing all right, yeah. Hopefully, I hope it rains there. In that case, I see. Hopefully, it does rain over there. It sure be summertime. Well, depending on your hemisphere. All right, let's get to it. I see.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean.
Just in
Those
time.
days
Hey
in
there.
London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened.
All right, what happened?
Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with an awful crime. Oh, you again? You're back?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Okay.
For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Do we actually get to play as her? That'd be cool. I was wondering how the... Like... Okay, cool, so... Oh, she's dead. Fine.
So please, I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Changing profile pictures fine. The dove did it. Ha. Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Okay, cool. So we play as her for the start of this game. We did have like the tradition of like, well, not really tradition. Like I know in the third game we played as Maya for the very first case, at least. Do we switch around in the other games? I know for Dual Destinies, I think we played as Athena first. I think, or was it Phoenix? I think it was Phoenix first. Actually, that was his that was his comeback trial after he got banned. He came. That's his first case, right? Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Let's text the name so it's easy to remember. Ah, I see. I can't really like I just about I won't change it for a long time now. I see. Fair. I barely like I can see like colors, but like they're really small, so I can just about make out shapes for like profile pictures. They're like really small, so I barely make them out. I feel so nervous, but I must still my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, early in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, no, okay. I was thinking Susato was accused for murder again. Well, not again, but like, same case with like Ryunosuke. I see. Okay, so she's defending someone instead of her being accused for murder. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Membami, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at a university research lab, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Zato accused of murder again. I said again by accident. I was thinking of Ryunosuke, but like, he's not here. I see. That kind of character. Well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. I see. I see. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, ha 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 ha. That was never accused. Yeah. I said again by accident. I didn't mean it like that. I was thinking of Ryunosuke, but like, we're not him. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Professor Mikotaba? Even your best friend can't see through the disguise. I think we can relax. Disguise? Oh, I see. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something so sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like the student of the Imperial University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. Oh, what? So is it because, like, women can't be attorneys in court yet? In this, like, because we're, like, in the past still. How sudden is to take down removes all evidence from this plane of existence. Ha! It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 in the morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed up like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted to enter into the Supreme Court to take on the defense in the trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray... It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray? Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doubting eyes. Ha! Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. If you don't remember, she couldn't even stand as assistant case 1-1, because she's a woman. Yeah, Yeah, because they told her, like, what are you doing here? Get out, pretty much. It's like, she only came in just to give us the evidence. The book, whatever it was again. The research notes, and then she was told to get out, like, right away. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. Wow. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It's only helped bolster my confidence today. I do hope that we do get to see, like, the game has been, like, really pushing the whole Kazuma wants to change the justice system and stuff like that. And, like, obviously Naruhodo is taking on that will, but he hasn't realized it yet. So I'm hoping we do get to see, like, some kind of systemic justice system change later on in the game. Or at least as, like, the big conclusion that we do see changes happen. Since the game has been, like, building up towards that kind of thing since the very start, even in 1-1. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubts in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. I guess we get pain again for this trial. Not pain, sorry. Ouchie. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should be in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you're certainly surprised your father. I trusted a stranger who murdered his lawyer friend and fell asleep in a wardrobe. Followed him to London for 2 months. Of course I trust you. Ha, true. To be fair, yeah, Ryunosuke was a stranger for like a decent part. Until like we got to know her past the cruise ship. But you don't have a katana or the blessing of Sholmes. Ha. I do hope we see. Well, I think we will see Sholmes like by case 2 onwards. I imagine, unless we follow Susato for even longer. But I imagine by case 2, we'll be back in London. I think that's my guess. We'll see. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. We'll want to see like how Susato gets back to London. I think she will go back, unless like Sholmes and everyone else comes to Japan. We'll see. I don't know how this will go. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I'll get that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Ah, I didn't want to burden her with that. So it is true. The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case. Is it really because of who the victim was? I see, right. So we got more international relations stuff going on. Because for some reason she's back here. Even though she was sent to Shanghai, I think it was. We'll see. We'll get the details later on. We should be making a move now too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, father. Okay, so you're going to be our assistant. I'm Susato Mikotaba, a judicial assistant. Sholmes, how did I get here? Well, you see my faraway friend. I asked Iris to make me a rocket. Ha. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Sholmes in Japan, just somehow, but we'll see. Not in this case. Maybe down the line. We'll see. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Scary thing that Sholmes and Iris could make a rocket. True, I see. In 2.5. So, okay, there's something they do make in this game that's gonna be not so. Looking forward to that. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. I mean, yeah, wasn't Professor Mikotaba meant to be sick? I guess he's fine now. It's been 2 months, I guess. He wasn't that badly sick. A nice outfit. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Defense counsel, are you ready? She looks really cool. She looks really cool. I like capelets and stuff. She looks really cool. How old is Susato? Isn't she 16 or something? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready. She has the same eye thing as Ryunosuke. Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that right? Ryutaro. Alright, sure. Same name as related to Ryunosuke somehow. Ray Membami's Remember Me. Oh, I see. I was wondering, like, it just sounded a bit weird, but remember me. I see. I wonder what the deal. I wonder what that deal that is then. Sorry. Oh yes, I had to come up with a usable male name for you in this little venture. So I'm afraid I simply put you down the first name that sprung to mind. Gee, thanks. Just make her into Ryunosuke's sibling. Well, Council? Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... Did he lose... Is his hair different? It feels different. Like, this thing... Was this thing... Was this hairpiece here the first time he saw Ouchie? He looks different. He looks different. But I can't play... Did he lose hair? Did he lose some hair or something? His hair is different. It was cut. Oh, right. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. His hair was cut. That was it. Pretty convincing Naruhodo act. Pretty much. Honestly, they could make a rocket, maybe. You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program, that is. His cousin. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces and must go to the capital of his trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's pre-eminent lawyers. Any of them. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you? Zato is every great talent and dashing as any of the Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the chance of defending you? Does he know? Does he know? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. It's an experience. Like it or not, his eyes are wont to flit. Honestly, I feel like my eyes like move around a lot when I realize, like, what's it called? Like one time when I was talking to someone, they're like, "Why are you rolling your eyes?" But I never realized I was rolling my eyes at all. I feel like my eyes move around a lot when I realize. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether we are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. I only cannot look at people who I speak for a long time. Might as well go to somewhere else without me realizing. It's like, what's it called? There's like that thing where like people say, oh, this person is lying if they don't look you in the eyes. But like, I can look for a bit, but then it's like sometimes I just like look away for at least a little bit. I can't like stare intently at someone for like that long. So it's like, I'm not lying, it's just that I can't look at you for that long. See, the original has changed her eye color and functions. Guess you got lucky. Hate eye contact. Yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, I think it's like when I'm more comfortable with someone, but it's like just eye contact randomly, I guess. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you are standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Sign language gang rise up. That'd be nice. That'd be handy to learn. I don't know it, but that would be handy. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright. It's time to prove myself. Not much. What's it called? We just started. Susato, we're currently in Japan. And Susato is... She has to go undercover. Undercover. She has to, like, hide her identity in order to defend her friend in court. But, like, because women aren't allowed in the courtroom, well, as, like, attorney or whatever, except unless you're, like, a witness or accused. So, yeah. We're in Japan right now, and also the murder victim is the woman from the first case. The murder victim seems to be the woman from the first case, the swan English lady, her. But we'll see. We're gonna have to look. We're right into the court case, so we'll learn about what happened as it goes along. It seems. Yeah, the swan lady got killed. We don't know how, why, when, what. We just saw a little bit that she got killed, but we have to see how it goes because we're right into the courtroom. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. That is simple. I couldn't forget if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Oh yeah, she's calling herself Ryutaro Naruhodo as her, like, as if she was his cousin. But no. There's no rocket Shom stuff. Don't worry. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little on the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need to use the knowledge you've gained as judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use E to open the court record. You need to flip to the people section of E. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record of E. The information will be there. Alright. Okay, yeah, Jazeo Brett. That's it, yeah. Jazeo. Victim of the case who was a former British exchange student 9 months ago. Oh, true. It was 9 months ago, to be fair. She was, like, sent to Shanghai, and then I guess she came back. What? Yeah, I figured I may as well. I've been feeling, like, in a visual novel mood-ish, thanks to this game. And, yeah, and also the Higurashi Rei. It's like, I got the bundle years ago. So I figured, sure, let's get that part as well. I haven't got to rereading yet. I want to reread Higurashi at some point. I just haven't got to it. And also those two, yeah. I figured may as well. I've been in a visual novel mood. It feels weird for the game to give you a tutorial when it's like a direct... Yeah, it's a strict sequel, yeah. It's a strict sequel. It's like... I guess... To like... I don't know. Because I remember like... Justice for All and the other one, like, not having much tutorial either. But then again, this might not be as in-depth tutorial. Time of death after 2 PM. Giselle Brett, female British. Time 11th August 2nd 2 PM. A single deep stabbing from behind, piercing a lung and causing fatal hemorrhage. Death occurs in minutes. Extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed in victim's both eyes. That has to be something, but we don't know. That might be a clue for something. You and your mum finished Umineko 4 yesterday. We read... that's fine. I see you both enjoy stories and mysteries and whatnot. He wasn't even allowed to join a literature club. Not really sad. It's like, this is like fun reading. Just like a mood to play some at some point. Wasn't even allowed to join a literature club. Ha. I wasn't really in a literature club myself, to be honest. I haven't read books in ages. Now, waiting counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Jazzy Rider.
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jazzy Rider. Jazzy Rider. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you'll be well aware of the significance of that name. I was allowed in the literature club in university. Why are you not allowed in the club? Like, why is there like some strict rules about joining them or something? So, let me pose you another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Great Empire of Britain. Words mixed up, but... Huh, I see. That's a bit specific. That's a bit specific. Don't know why they would have rules like that. Why then? Is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Oh, so you would have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. It is proving hard to record the finer points. Everything is in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jazzy Rider, behind the woman student's persona, was the face of a killer.
Yes!
Ray has 3 chapters. The main 2 from the OVA. Second one is episode 5 of Ray, and third is the... I see. I mean, I unironically love the cringy slice of life stuff in Higurashi. It's even the OVA from Kira, even the one from Kira. I unironically like it. It's like, what's it called? Like, throughout that game, it's like I want to go back to those moments when it's like the murder and horror stuff going on. It's like, man, I want to go back to those happier times. Which we do get every time an arc starts. We do get those nice, fun moments and stuff. So I guess that it does work to that effect. But I've already watched that, but I guess it's nice to reread that. I watched the overs already. There's still something else that's going to come out as well in the future, I think, to be translated. I forgot what it was. I think it's the Outbreak plus some other stuff with it. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Jazzy Rider. You got cringe tolerance. I guess once you set a bar, it's like, you can stand more. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of a delicate diplomatic situation the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotaba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic science, medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. I'm reading... Yeah, not sure... Not sure what you mean exactly by that. I guess it's like one of those, like... I guess it's like... I don't know. I can't describe it. I get a feeling from it, but I don't know. Which is why a secret trial was conducted. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year student, English language student, by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Mr. Zale Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned by the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. We decided she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. I see. Like, I see. It's one of those, like, meta-narrative stuff. Yeah, I see. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon last week. Oh, it took that long. Okay. So she was just here for like 9 months, waiting for to get transferred to Shanghai. I see. It's fine. It's fine. We're just chatting. It's fine. We're just chatting. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? It's a bit sus. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. 2 months is usual time for stuff like that. Waiting 3 months for your... I see. True. It's just like, I guess I thought she'd be like immediately extradited to Shanghai. True. Legal processes and paperwork and all that stuff takes a long time. Like even back, like especially back in the day, like I guess we do have Telegram in this time period still, but like that takes a while. I can see Giselle Brett being kept here for months. Yeah. Hope your stream sure will be truly an experience for both you and chat. Maybe. I was thinking maybe. As just like to try out streaming a pure visual novel. Like I won't stream like sound novels, for example. Like let's say I wouldn't stream Higurashi, for example. Like there's no choices at all. I mean, it's still like even now. Like let's say like you can't really use my streams as a kind of like because I interrupt my own playthrough with talking like this. So, like, if someone's purely not here to hear me speak or whatever, and purely for the story, they'll find me infuriating. With me just interrupting with, like, talking about something, sidetracking. I'll see. I'll think about it. I did look to see if other people have done playthroughs of visual novel games, and yeah, there is like. There is some around, so it's not like impossible to do. So I'll think about it. But yeah, AI 2 will be next though, at least. AI 2 will be next at least. Thank you, Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Can you reach a turning state because I'm lonely? Hope things will go alright there. Now, a summary incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lungs. An injury was proved fatal. I don't know why she's smiling when she died, but there were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the same time at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Okay, so one of those, like, it seems cut and dry, but we'll see how this goes. Well, the extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. Prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about, the motive. Yeah, why would she do it? Okay, she's got the slam down a lot more on point compared to Naruhodo. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut tut tut. Is this Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial University, I believe. Oh, was she being taught by Wilson? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotaba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Mikotaba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, well, I was studying under John H. Wilson. So I was pretty confident in the first game, and she was also there, yeah. She's still nervous, but she does have more of a head on her shoulders compared to Case 1 Rinosuke. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. She was at least, like, used to the courtroom to some extent, more than Rinosuke. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Yeah, the accused had a deep-seated respect for a former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously I was full of hatred for what she'd done, and powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. Not great choice of words, yeah. Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Ray. Main antagonist, that's why he looks similar to Von Karma. Ha! How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution on what he said about being alone together. Membami-san? Yes? What is it? So, I mean, Naruhodo-san. Ray starts talking Susato takedown. I don't think she can Susato takedown in court. I'm really starting to wish they'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. I wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. Oh, Ryutaro takedown. Oh, please, I hope we get Hosonaga again. I want I hope Hosonaga is here again. I really like him. I hope Hosonaga is here. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. My another katana, she has a blessing of English tea and scones with her. Ha. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No, because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Middle name, maybe, that could work. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Trying to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying, but father's right. Sato Ryunosuke's son. Sure, in like 9 months' time. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up prosecution here. So what's about the spot? If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young Yoko student? Ha! Sure, a 0 years old lawyer. I wonder, could you explain please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told the bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. Time-traveling lawyer. Ha. Ha. Case 1 had like 2 months on the boat. 2 months in London. How long has it been? It's been 9 months since the first case in total, pretty much. I need a growth fat. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Is she not on the watch? For old time's sake, I believe... Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. We're going pretty... They don't hold any punches, huh? In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Call me 0 years old. I see. Oh, he's 20. Alright, he looks young, but he's 20 years old, I see. Don't look at me, Professor. It's the government who grant permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. Okay, yeah, I think Brett planned her murder. I think she knew she would get killed. I think she planned it. I see. I see. I did see like apparently in the tutorial they accidentally leaked that there will be a PC version, because I think like when they're going through the setting for like the menu, it shows like graphic options which are for the PC version. So it seems like one day we'll get a PC version of that game. I saw like there was like a mistake in the tutorial section that showed graphic settings. So we might get a PC version. So a bit more hope. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No plans for now. Because it showed like, I think during a tutorial segment when it shows screenshots of the game, in the option menu, there's graphic settings. So it's like, yeah, that's There's a good chance it's a PC version. They don't do graphic settings for Switch. I said don't look at me. It's that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I don't provoke the man if you don't need to. Alright, we got the settings set up. I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing to research work at the university. Just one. Bad. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other over a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of a mentor for whom she had great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yeah, words. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this art exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. The photographic print has been added. Alright. I understand it then. The victim and the defendant were alone on the beach hut at the time. Let's take a look at it now. We have this magnifying thing, but it's not really used at all, I feel. Yeah, this magnifying thing hasn't really been used at all, really. Like, the only time it's been used, like, for in-depth was, like, when you look at the thing in, the peephole in case 5. There's a dress here. I think that's her dress, yeah. And she changed her clothes. She kept her hat. She dropped her mask. She had a pen in hand. She spilled her wine. And there's a bottle. And whatever this is. Her shoes. Right. Kazuma's still dead? Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Like at the start of the thing, Susato was at Kazuma's gravestone. There's a bull? I didn't see a bull here yet. We'll see. The victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the same time. This is deeply disturbing, I must say. Ball of steel. Ha. It is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much to its case. Much more to this case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I confirm you have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Alright, Hosonaga, let's see you again. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh, I see, yeah, I see now. Right, your hair is just down now. Ah, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old will have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Is he just holding a grudge because of his hair? Ouchie lore. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence. The long hair looks cool on him. It's like Pain in the when we see him younger. It's like younger Pain in Game 3. Since I swore on revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchy growth. Oh, you see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where's the hope exactly? I said silence. Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. In my victory with fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head, you have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. I want to see how his hair gets cut this time. Oh yay, Hosonaga. Oh, and you. What's your name again? I forgot your name, but Catman. Him, poet cat guy. I forgot his name. Atsume, I think. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Suzaki... Oh, yes, yeah. Well, and I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned from the capital, in fact. Yes. This is going to be sold out. Hysterical. I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Suzaki Natsume. Okay, yeah. Natsume. I was thinking of Neko Atsume, that mobile game. Also, this guy is suspicious. That purple stain on his hand is suspicious. Oh my goodness. Starting student from the provinces, please. You need to be in awe of me. Natsume's real books, by the way. Yeah. I needn't? It's only natural you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Suzaki even. Yes. What on earth is Suzaki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. Probably ink, maybe, but it seems too suspicious. Like, I do get that, to be fair. Like, when I'm doing, like, essays, like, back in, like, the day, my hands just got messy with ink. Purple suspicious, don't trust. My eyes are pink, not purple. Essays, yeah. Main enemy. Ha. No for fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I mean, so does Hosonaga. Hosonaga knows Susato as well. Man behind the slaughter. Ha. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months that it's been since I last saw him. He seems a bit more confident. He's not as neurotic. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping, you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. Plus a turtle. Nice turtle. It is my guiding principle to carry out its testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective may have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have been at the scene, Suzaki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked today to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. Professor over there, in fact. With my Professor Mikotaba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged to be arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. Already threw that paper at me. Yeah, he's much more confident being back in Japan. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, let's see the newspaper. There's probably another article hidden here. Alright, fine. Nothing sus. Yeah, there's nothing sus. Why is it... Oh, wait. Why is the... Okay, we're gonna see something with the camera. Why is the camera cracked? Why is there a crack in the photograph? Why is there a crack in the photograph? Okay, yeah, the journalist is sus. There's a crack in the photo for some reason. So, it's a bit sus. There's a crack here for some reason. It's lightning. But yeah, Natsume has a kitten. We have, what's your name again? Wagahai. Yeah, we have Wagahai back in Britain, but he has a lot of his cats. He brought a bunch back on the ship. Kittens. That's the name. Yeah, there's lots of Limbus merch going on as well. Burn cameo. Ha! Burn Castell is a black cat. And then there's this guy here, but I don't think you're important. Okay, yeah, the journalist is suspect. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, a cat is still a cat. Ha! The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my lab, under strict surveillance of course. Okay, she's just free. Like, I thought she'd be like house arrest or something, but no. Like, yeah, I'm in the lab still, researching poison. What do you do? It's fine. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And her response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. My detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Naruto therapy. Ha. Like how newspapers in this duology looks like certified newspapers with unrelated articles advertising. Yeah. There's like other bits. I don't know what like the rest of this is, but like yeah, we got guy on a bike right underneath it. And whatever this is, probably. Thereby, the party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Oh, I see. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Yeah, I think he just coughs. There's no reason behind it. He just coughs blood a fair bit. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But when I had, I'd never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Hey, you're sus. It usually was the article we need and that's it. Ah, true, yeah. Very well. I must now ask you to present any of your formal testimony to the court. Give an account of what you all witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Alright, Well, let's see what you two say. At least these two don't seem like clowns, at least. Compared to, like, the army guy and the old man from the first case. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the parent in question. Yes. The young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me she'd been stabbed with it multiple times. What? No, she stabbed once. Single stab wound from behind. Yeah, that's pretty. Okay, yeah, we got this. I don't know how you messed this up, Inspector, but okay. I don't think you're hiding something either, compared to Jazzy. No. To be fair, the inspector, was it the inspector or was it Jazzy Brett that was like covering up the whole thing going on with Nah, it was the inspector because he was like under orders as well to not get her involved. Back of knee will again burn the sun. Still better than being stung by wasps. Oh sure, yeah. Hope things are going okay there. Take care. From both of us here present saw it. The very moment, this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What you have there, Counselor? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene while examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Yeah, she's yeah. Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. No. Would she own that? It seems like something like a rich person would own. Unless, no, to be fair, they did mention back in the day everyone used to do that to like show that they own this item. Fountain pen has been entered into court record. Alright, let's take a look at that. So, have I admitted anything? Let's take a look. Let's examine it. Maybe there's something inside. Oh, we can't examine? Maybe not yet. Maybe the game is going to be like, here's 3D examining reintroduced again. We'll see. Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courtroom today. Perfect weather to describe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor, ouchie, of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. I mean, you weren't really there. You saw him once and left. Naruto-san. Naruto. That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruto in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruto in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, put yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Finding consistent details in the testimony to prove they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. Let's see what I can do. Alright, it's obvious where it is, but let's talk to these guys a little bit. Let's talk to them a little bit. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I managed to catch that crab. Let me hear about him. Let me hear about his crab catching tale.
Hold it!
I know where the issue is. Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably. Okay, never mind. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Any other Naruhodos I should know about? Isn't Phoenix Wright's Japanese name Naruhodo something as well? Isn't he also Naruhodo? Kya! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We were not overs to describing things so. Saseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around in the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with the government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. A simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the English woman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decabbered and beat it off hot-wise. Like every AA has a game music for tutorial, even if the MC's in a newbie. In Game 2, Phoenix had amnesia. Yeah. In Game 6, he explained it all to himself with confidence. Oh, I see. Yeah, because, like, Spirit of Justice is, like... I think, like, because... Yeah, 4 obviously was Apollo's first case. 5 is, like, to refamiliarize Phoenix with his, like... Because it's his first case back as a lawyer after, like, getting discharged. I see. So that's how it does in number 6. I see. Where I found the pair in question. Yes. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand. Oh, Game 5 was Athena's first case. Oh, I see. I'm getting... Alright, so... Okay, it was Athena. I see. That makes sense as well. Because I feel like Phoenix had his, like, own first case as a lawyer back. Oh, swap mid-case. Oh, that was it. I see. Yeah, I remember, like, Athena having some kind of, like, traumatic thing going on with her. I just don't remember exactly what it was. I do remember, like, I mentioned already before, like, there was something at the very end we see. Not at the very end, but last case. But is that... I think that's linked to her trauma. I think. Or was that to do with Black Quill? I can't remember. I can't remember fully. I'll see. We'll see. We'll see if I play it again or not. She stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me she'd been stabbed the victim multiple times. Alright, we'll just go right in with this now. It's the...
Objection!
You're wrong. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep within me, I think I finally stand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. I hope we get, like, a group objection in this game. I know, like, in one of the games, I think it was Dual Destinies, like, at the very end, we had every character do an objection together. Since we have Shizato doing it here, I hope we get to see that. That'd be really fun. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Council? I had the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? Who? How? Not you, Saseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Oh, only in Dual Destinies. Okay. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the lieutenant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Council. Oh, she has her book as well. She still has her book. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states, the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Suzeki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Mbami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the Inspector confirm the same point. Alright, so Sato's theme is a lot more elegant as well. Unless this is a general theme for the game. There was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Oh, a remix of Sato's theme. I see. I don't remember her theme too well. I mostly remember the courtroom themes. And also the Sholmes and Iris theme when they're doing their thing in the investigation portions. Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. Was Suzeki-san in fact so? It's not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded the objection and then proceeded to pull him apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right. There were certain similarities. It's that a so-called half-wit child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Isn't removing the knife in this case bad? Yeah, it's like it'll make the bleeding worse. Yeah, like don't never remove the blade from someone if they get stabbed. Never remove it, or they'll just bleed. I guess to be fair, like in the panic, if Rei stumbled upon Giselle's body, then in a panic, it's like, oh shit, get that knife out and like take it out. So that could be the case. Slander. My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing in multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Yeah, putting the knife is more fatal. Without an experienced doctor. Yeah. Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as he had withdrawn the blade ready for the next strike, the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have essentially shown me with a little display is that the moustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. I do like that he still has a bit of a nervous tick to him, even though he's not as neurotic. I'm agreeing with the prosecution. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have been pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Rei pull out the knife? Yes, going for the jugular. Okay, true, because like Rei is a forensic student, so she must know that taking out the blade would be worse. Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. If she's going to say help Brett, I'm going to lose it. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife out of the body was surely so she could save her life. Neither of these are good, so... According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. You losing it. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sitting her injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when she faced the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out to save Miss Brett's life. Yeah, no, because as a medical student, you must know that that's a bad idea. So, that's bad. Yeah, the drug. Okay, yeah. Ouchie is going like hard mode right away. Means Ray killed her by pulling out a knife. You don't really help your case. Yeah. Did you hear about the Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I'd like an opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion, just put forward by the yokel defense lawyer, I mean. Slipshod? Next night, dear Inspector. A young yokel hopefully has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Alright. Very well, Inspector. I permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I'll do so flawlessly. Alright, you gonna help us, Hosonaga? Forensic medicine primer. Putting a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense should know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Yeah, you got told, Susato. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could putting a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Isn't it? It's more common knowledge now, but I guess back in the day it wasn't. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper, in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... Susato! Yes? Put yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with established facts, I'll be moving to my education immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Alright. There's no issues with your statement, though, honestly. And if the press, maybe, and then Soseki just acts up. Maybe we're gonna have a pursue moment. So, let me see. Yeah, it's a stab wound. Alright. Putting a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense should know. Ounce of sense. Maybe she panicked.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here, which is clearly the defendant, Ray Mbami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotaba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear. That recorded me rather badly. I love Hosanaga's head tilt. Like, are you serious? That's life, I'm afraid. Lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mbani-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out.
Hold it!
Maybe there could be a good reason. But the defendant had surely encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Yeah, don't try that, Chisato. Don't try that. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget the young student didn't have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it isn't just in Mbani's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this, fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please? Ah yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mbami-san. The man 9 months ago was Dr. Wilson, defendant highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mbani-san's talent, offered to her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. Extremely grateful to him. Yes, seeing this man appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Those who had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mbami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's depth. It only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in his testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Chisato, when especially important to remember the fundamentals. Fundamentals? This is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something though. You need to talk the evidence at face value, and must examine it in greater detail too. This is your first time playing the role of a lawyer in courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. No, we know, man. We know. Don't worry. We know. I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-san and Naruto-san were always turning evidence over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space. Okay, cool, now we can do that. Coming back to you, go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Alright, cool. Now we have to, we get that available to us, so now examine the pen. Probably inside, maybe it's a knife inside. If we take the pen's lid, Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? Maybe the ink cartridge. Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be little reservoir that holds the ink. Oh no, I guess you don't have ink cartridges back in the day. You fill by drawing ink from the bottle through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there. That's all. You're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, this could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Very small amount of liquid inside. Okay. Oh! This? There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. Not to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind? But that would imply the fact it doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Okay. Guess what I guess that comes out later. But that doesn't help us now. The RM are very clearly engraved here. Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments, clearly a message, too. And if I had killed her, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt this key evidence in this case. Alright, that's this one examined. Am I missing something else? Oh! The back now. This is the newspaper from Suzaki-san. Important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research... Father, isn't this your lab? What the... Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? Is this morning's paper that Suzaki-san gave us? Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the lab, I didn't. I not heard of such a thing. The reporter gleaned this information. Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? High toxic poison been working on in strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If that's written here is true, it means he tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. Looks like we're late. Hey there, welcome. Yeah, a little bit in, but we're still like... We're still gleaning over the case still. We're still gleaning over like what's going on. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Okay, yeah, so to put it simply, what's it called? To put it simply... What's it called? Right. So we're in Japan right now. We're playing as Susato, who's like undercover. Well, not undercover, but like because the court doesn't allow women inside the courtroom. She has to like be in disguise. And like her best friend is accused of murdering what's it called? Shit! Wrong one. Whoops, wrong one. Her best friend... Okay, yeah, this is easier. Right, so her best friend is accused of murdering the woman from the... The woman from the very first case is murdered. She was meant to, like... She's been stuck in Japan for 9 months as they were, like, processing the whole stuff to send her over to Shanghai. But she's been pretty much, like, in Japan doing stuff freely. Except with, like, being surveillance. But she's now dead. And, like, Susato's best friend has been accused of murdering her. And her best friend is also... the apparent motive is that she wants revenge on her. Because she was... what's it called? Assistant of Dr. Wilson, who obviously was killed by her in the first game. And also we have Hosonaga as a witness again, as well as Sasaki, who's now back in Japan as well. They're both witnesses for the case. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. What's the surveillance for then? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, she was killed. She was killed inside above the changing room. So like the detective wasn't there to see it the whole time. He only came after he heard screaming. So yeah, that was pretty much the only time she could get murdered inside here. Yeah, useless. Yeah, unfortunately they can't just like be inside the changing room at the same time, unfortunately. Let's double check this. Raucous England returnee tells all. This interview with Sazeki's son, is it, father? You can stand outside now. A little bit at a distance, but they can't, like, obviously, they didn't, like, watch inside the whole time. It as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photograph managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me in the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Alright. Motive. The only motive thing... You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Okay, wait. If you use do care and attention, it would be alright. I wouldn't have thought this needs spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper. Yeah, okay, yeah. And now we're now like thinking, because we know that Ray, the accused, took out the dagger from her back, but like as a medical student, she should know that'll be bad, that'll be dangerous. So we need to figure out why she did it, or explain her actions, other than because this makes it look worse. All right, let's press the first statement to be sure. We didn't check this one yet. You say doing without thinking could be a problem. Oh wait, I didn't read this one. Whoops. Stop in the wound, hemorrhage. Yeah. You just can't do it. Okay, so that's everything. Everything is pressed now. Basic knowledge, in other words. Let's not forget that you did have a motive for killing the victim. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife on the victim. Let's not forget the student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man was... where do I present this though? We examine the... It tells us to examine the evidence, but like, all we have is this poison article about something being stolen from the lab. While... the fountain pen... There's nothing we can do with the pen yet, either. No one's bringing that up. After the last case, Gregson would have been lucky to have monthly evaluation doesn't go down the drain. Yeah. It's like, I do wonder how Gregson is after that case, because, like, he was covering up for the killer. He was... Yeah, RM. The issue is that the witness, the accused for this case is also RM, except the issue is that it's probably not her pen. So we need to figure out where we can point that out. This is hopeless. Covering a single crack. I very knew that withdrawing the defendant life further. I just can't think of an explanation why she did it. Yeah, fundamentals. Yeah, evidence. Yeah, we examined already. I know what to do. Yeah, we did that already though. I just can't find a crack in his testimony. The only thing is like presenting a different motive. Imagine if we one day get an evidence with the word JFJ written on it. Ha! Ha! That'd be quite something. Ha! Like, sometimes I do wonder if my name will ever, like, just by random chance, be used in something because it's like random code, potentially. I do wonder if that will happen one day by accident. Just by having 28 and JFJ just end up showing up somewhere randomly because it's just randomized code. Potentially. Basic knowledge that any medical research system with an alternate sensor not to know. In other words, no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull with a knife. Let's not forget another motive for killing the victim. maybe, I guess we can present the article, maybe?
Objection!
No. Definitely contradicted by that so council. We're actually also care to explain and cannot precise how. How? Well, definitely. The contradiction lies in your apparent eagerness to present an anti-argument, I feel. I need to reconsider. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out. There's no good reason why. What? I don't know. What's the crack in this? We already examined everything. There's no crack in this testimony, I feel. I don't see a crack in this. No good reason why. The only thing is his pen to help us out, but make one dead. Let's double check. Maybe just double check the pen. Bash your head at it. Maybe. But the ink reservoir is empty. Yeah, the ink is empty, but that doesn't explain anything. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. There's no good reason. Single deep stab piercing along. Yeah, the article just tells us. Oh wait, I didn't read this. Whoops. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical University Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume, contemplate by a very disturbing incident took place. The deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science. I thought this was gonna be the back of the article again. Whoops. It was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via wound from poison-laced blade, would have proved fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. You must have to be consulted. Once some symptoms occur, paired. Oh, the contraction of pupils. Right, we saw that in the autopsy. Symptoms may be suggested of this is a new kind of alkaloid, rumored commissioned by the military. Oh. Following the lecture by Soseki Natsume, came to light a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Okay, and when it's deadly in tiny quantities, sure. Onset, even with being impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of pupils. Okay. Okay. Maybe. Okay, so maybe she was poisoned. She was probably poisoned then. Single deep stab from behind, piercing a lung, fatal hemorrhage, meiosis in the eyes. But none of it tells us exactly what. Why? No good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the blade from the victim. Maybe it's maybe she knows it's poison. That's why.
Objection!
That's why. That makes sense. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. Right, because the blade is poisoned. So, it's a good idea to take out the blade because it's poison. What? Ha! The Yoko not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? Ryutaro Susato. Yeah. What's it called? Professor Mikotaba gave a fake name, which is Ryutaro Naruhodo. Like, he is the first thing that came to mind. So now, apparently, Susato, well, her fake ID is Naruhodo's cousin. Which is why Ouchi is especially trying hard. It's here. In a newspaper article. An article about deadly poison having been stolen from a lab at Imperial Yume Unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, President Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But, newspaper article, the court cannot rely on this kind of heresy by these Richard publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. It's the third page, the one that says about her pupils dilating. Well, contracting. Yeah, contraction. Ray would never have done something further to endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body explained in the article where it says... Why is it being... Let me double check. It's, why is it being developed? According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military. Yes, a troubling revelation indeed. Oh. What? Okay, I'm thinking too ahead. I think they mean because it can be used in a blade. Can enter the body and prove fatal. I'm thinking too far ahead in proving how is poison involved. I'm thinking too far ahead. And yet, even more worrying is how this Yoko is trying to manipulate the court with nothing more than rumors. Wrong one, but I feel sure Ray had a good reason for her actions. And I feel the place is somewhere in this article. Okay, we didn't lose any points at least. Deadly in tiny quantities. I mean, I guess that's okay. I'm thinking too far ahead. I'm thinking too far ahead of the whole pupils. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. I'm 12 steps ahead of you. This is where the road ends. Oh. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? Objection! This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise. What did I skip? Oh, like we got to the point where it's like Hosanaga's testimony about why it'd be impossible for her to take out the blade without meaning harm, and there's no other reason why she would do that. And it's like it took me time to realize it was to point out that the blade could be poisoned. I didn't realize what direction we were going in with that. The defendant withdrew the blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise. Every time you see, I think he just has an illness. It seems Hosonaga has an illness. I hope it's not like, I think, what's it called, like tuberculosis, whatever. How do you pronounce it? TB. I hope he doesn't have TB, because I know that used to be a thing that was really major. You just start coughing up blood. I hope it's not TB. But to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Objection! Oh please, this is clear desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing to do whatsoever with this case. I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information is wretched newspaper articles are all reliable anyway. In that situation, what student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potential lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what ground did she do it? Yoko? I did raise suspect the poison was involved. The pupils, the pupils. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it appears those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the post-mortem?
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yoku with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yoku detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? And the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poisoning immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you agree. This is a very compelling evidence. You Yoku student, Yoku professor. Kinda killed her, but also would have died from poison. She's here. The defendant is she's not on the stand, but she's somewhere in the courtroom. She's on the side. She isn't on the stand, but she's around. Kind of killed her, but also would have not died from poison, maybe. But like, if it was to save her life, I guess we have to find out who stabbed her with the poison. It's the journalist. It's the journalist. It has to be the journalist. It has to be the journalist. Because how well, like, it explains how the journalist knows the poison was stolen. It's the journalist. Or at least he's involved. Why was Ryunosuke on the stand the whole trial? He wasn't. He was on the side. It's because Ryunosuke was defending himself. He was in the defendant side because he was defending himself. If he wasn't, it'd probably just be Kazuma. And the pen lacks ink. Yeah, maybe the pen is the real cause of death. Maybe. Yeah, the pen has no ink, so maybe the pen had the poison inside. We'll see. The defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Eugene Mikotaba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my lab, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the lab to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads from a newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control of your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Is it Ray? Yes, Ray. What's up? None of this is Professor Mikotaba's fault. It's all my fault. Makes him a good professor. Ray. Minbami-san, you stand accused here. Albert said this would not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasaki-san were interviewed together for a newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. A tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. Oh, it was Brett. When the others been discovered besides... it turned out that Giselle Brett was poisoned, at least. She was poisoned as well. So, that's the revelation there. The thief. The cashier was real. Ha. You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was a dainty Englishwoman. Mrs. Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join a little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly to me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. Alright, so that's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. So what, she was stabbed from behind, outside of the changing room, maybe. In other words, you realize the victim was suffering from the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her. It was left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back. If the train of thought was that spurred you to withdraw the blade. Either that or she stabbed herself with the pen. Either that or she stabbed... The blade is a decoy and she stabbed herself with the pen, maybe. If the amount had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might have had a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Without she was stabbed through the back of the beach hut. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. I mean, it was like government secrets. The poison. It's very perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim has just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Minbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, where's Rasputin? Ha! You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusion to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it's very much conclusive. What's the prosecuting counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchi. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoku student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. I mean... Okay, yeah, that's easy then. This broken camera. This broken camera pretty much says is the same journalist person, and she's taking out the knife. What the? Could one more damning show exist? The cruelty in the air on the beach is almost palpable. She's taking out the knife, and also it shows that the back of the. It shows that the hut has a hole inside. So this is making it easy for us. Don't worry. The evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accursed murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Mbami's sons plunged a dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. Self-report, pretty much. It's the journalist. I don't believe it. No. It's like, what? You just... Why are you getting shocked? It's fine. That's when the knife was taken out. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that has pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokers are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Sato's trying to show her face here. It's often said that pictures with 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. No, it's her taking the knife out of the body. What's so hard to understand? Nicole will accept this cognate photographic print as evidence. Yeah, it's blatant. It's the crack in the photograph. The journalist has a cracked camera. And a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. Yes, it's simple. She's taking the knife out of the body, not inside. Because he hesitated because it's clear that there was a third party involved. This is a stock image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Yeah, right. Who did? Was it some ghost? That's of no importance here. No, it is important. There's a witness. The hell are you talking about? Don't try to divert attention. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Yeah, this is a self-report. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking the photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this printer arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau and Express Post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of this print is unknown. Okay, easy clap. We got this. It's just it's the photograph from the newspaper. We can pin it on the person. Easy. Are we to understand, then counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? Easy clap fighting words. I mean, this is like the biggest self-report. It's like blatant clues in that photograph that shows that the beach hut has a hole inside it to get stabbed through. That's one, and also there's a crack in the photograph showing that the camera is broken. It's really sus. You nevertheless believe it fit, yeah. When you first produced that print before, I noticed you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you Yoko student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. Has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Yeah, thank you, Susato. Thanks for telling. Clearly this is the moment the knife was plunged in the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. I mean, vice versa then. Vice versa. It's vice versa. And the scene it captures without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is able to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you established so far is true, there can be no doubt. The photograph shows the moment Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow... You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Aochi in a court of law. I can't determine who took this photograph when the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. A clue of working out who took it. Well, Counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with an answer now. I simply have to. This identity of the person who took the photographic print is, I assure you, something defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim you can, please, do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense is a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. What piece of evidence do you claim reveals something? ID? Yeah.
Take that!
It's the other photograph. What is that? Newspaper again? Raucous England returnee tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right side. Ah, yes indeed. They already caught my eye as it happens. Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, with the branch of a tree over like. Yeah, a tree in a tree in a a tree in a lab. There's no tree growing inside my lab at this university, I assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on the photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Haha, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, on the branch of a tree. If you look at the cracked side of the photo camera, it's clear the photographer was there during a storm called Shout, the Elder Scrolls. Ha! There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the Beats Council. I can't take Ouchie seriously. Pretty much, he is meant to be the guy that you just beat up in the first case. He's just there to get beaten up. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Just stare at the wall. The curious matching pattern that appears in both is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, you miss Zeke's. Hopefully we'll probably see him next case when we're back in London probably. Unless we follow Susato for another case. I imagine Zeke's will be showing up later. Obviously, it must be due to the problem of the camera used to take the photographs. Anger management. And with the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say the camera lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens caused unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under the consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of the same such cameras here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
Yeah, journalist. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie. The one in the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper. Ah. That's right. The author of the article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Ah. Alright, journalist. Minimo. Are you French? Why are you? No, it's you. I see why you're called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You already testified. It's Many Memo. Oh, that's his name. Many Memo. Many Memo? Mini Memo? I tell you, Many Memo. Mo. Thanks for the help, Zazeki. Zazeki-san, the monitor. What was that? Did you say Menenemo? Menemeno? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. Yeah, this is the biggest self-report ever. MMO. A reporter by the name of Raiten Menememo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now he mentions it. Yeah, who's this random ass dude? They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and discover my privacy. Can that same reporter be... Yeah, he got some ink on his hands. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Menemomo. You're saying that this picture was taken by Menememo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire. Nah, Esquire is back. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? So takedown time. Meh. Menememo. Okay, I think the knife has no poison on it. It's the fountain pen. It's the fountain pen. It has to be. I think Menememo must have stabbed the thing, but then Jazeo Brett poisoned herself for some reason. All right. She must have poisoned herself. August 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 3. Why would she do that? Just take down randomly. But also, why would the journalist do that? That makes no sense if the journalist would stab randomly either. Like he got the scoop that poison was stolen from the place, but why would he stab her? You have no motive yet. I'm so sorry, Shizato. I should have told you about the toxin, Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided I should shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet, I don't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I could be betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No. In fact, throw me to the floor. Alright, she wants to be takedowned. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew you'd pull the knife from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. So I stood here and promised that I'd stand by your side and always be by your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fight has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray... Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Why does your clients always hide stuff from us? True. Yeah, there is always that. Like, for example, we had case 3. Well, obviously, McGilded is mad sus. Suzeki, I mean, Suzeki just has terrible memory. He just panicked and ran away. So Suzeki knows nothing, to be fair. Suzeki knew nothing. Naruhodo obviously didn't hide anything. And then obviously Gina had trust issues. So everyone, all of our witnesses have some issues, troubles going on. All of our clients have troubles. Oh, Sasato, you know, you always be gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. Ah. Alright. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it's you stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me. Ionis's bingo's going great so far. Ha! With a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. No one else. I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. Fair. It's traumatizing. It'll be alright. However, it happened, and whatever really went on by that sea that day, I promise you, I'm gonna prove everything you said was true. Spoken like a true Mikotaba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. He's not... Like, Mikotaba isn't really that much of a fun assistant compared to Iris and Susato. I mean, obviously, he's just a guy. But, like, he's not as much fun compared to Iris or Susato as an assistant. He doesn't really have any funny lines. But I guess we'll go back to normal soon. He can't understand the rockets, of course he's mid. Ha. Ha. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. It's not on the blade, don't worry. It's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. We don't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes. Without this chemical region, it's impossible to detect a toxin. Chemical region? I sent a colleague of mine, offered some earlier, to deliver to the police headquarters. I believe there should be some as well, just in case. Chemical region has been entered into the court record. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. Wait, can we use it now? Can we apply it? The label appears to be written in foreign language I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Can you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'll be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Ah, is it? But yes, I certainly can see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. But I'm not sure medicine would entirely be appropriate. Can we use it to, like, check out the pen? Or is that... I guess not yet. I guess we can't do that yet. We can't do that yet with, I guess we can't do it like the blood thing. The blood thing with, like, with Iris, last case. Yeah, not yet. We can't test the region on the pen. It's the newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the lab. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotaba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Saseki-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him cursory information. So then, Saseki-san knew about the poison? I don't know if this ink here, test it, father. Sips. Taste. Ha. Ha. I don't think he just gulp it down. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Memo-san. By the way, did the reporter join you when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the overlords to bathe by the seaside. Saseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man went back to his office. He obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took his candid photograph. And presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Well, if you don't get the full thing, then it ain't 100%, is it? It requires to be decisive evidence. We'll have to see. We have to see how this goes. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, you've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Why do you have a sprite all of a sudden now? Like, he used to always be just here. But okay. It's the time to steel ourselves, once again. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Ryu has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Ace Attorney Games makes the murderer drink poison like that one guy in RDR2. I don't... There is one case where that happens, if I'm remembering correctly. In the fourth game, if I remember correctly. It does happen. It does happen. That does happen. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue this trial of Raymond Bami. Professor Ouchi, have you summoned a new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. He's got one guy to admit which container had poison. I'm talking like straight up forced. Oh, just like forced to drink it. That's maybe a bit much. Maybe a bit much. Like, he'll just die now. Like, at most we had like, what's it called? Jazzy Brett just like drink up the poison that was not lethal. Oh, what news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, the collaboration of Professor Mikotaba's lab and the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling on the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. That's why Yakuza games are better. I've only played Judgment. The first Judgment game. I want to play the second Judgment game at some point. At some point I'll play it. But I've played Judgment, the first one, like a year ago now? I think a year ago. It's been a year or more since I last played the first Judgment game. But yeah, I want to play the second one at some point as well. I haven't played Yakuza though. I guess I start with Yakuza 0, and then play the rest as it goes on, I imagine. Yeah, 0. 0 first at least. I had the region discovered. I know that you could 0 a little bit of that RPG one. Yeah. 0. Yeah, like a dragon, yeah. I want to play that as well. I have Like a Dragon because it came out for free. Well, free technically on PS Plus. So I do own it. In some sense. As well. Like a Dragon. I had the region delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to embrace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, free technically, more in the sense that I pay for PS Plus, so free technically is not really free, it's part of the membership. Has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. On to the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier. I mean, she could have thought it was. There's nothing special in this blade. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tub and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Has been utterly destroyed. I mean, it doesn't stop that Ray thought it was poisoned. Now, the prosecution is ready to cover new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The fountain pen. The fountain pen. The murderer licked it. Licked off the evidence. Ha! Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Writing men and memo. To show you news. I'm what people like to call a journal. Oh! Writing... Yeah, writing memo. That's your pen. That's your pen, my guy. That's your pen. And his armband has the news logo. What is a journal, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. Of journalist. I'm very aware of news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch these scoops of air and print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. He's like Gaston. Oh, so it was you to the photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourself, people. Memo says there's a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it up above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takasuchi Auchi. That's Takesuchi Auchi. The so-called dark horse in the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear to every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking the photograph. These ones start to make it 99. Potential funny. Ha. Cheers. Cheers. Developed diplomacy to Imperial Police in Borough only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when the president of a school like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. Either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's why I call my memoism. Memoism. Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Saseki-san. Yes, right. That was me. Memo again. But now you're supposed to go back to show you news of after our meeting. You're supposed to. Yeah. But scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words. A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be British citizen? It's horse dung. The country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. They're printed as imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words. She said in my memo pad. There, tongue twister. Are you ready then? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. MMOism. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story, so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in the photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From the start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Alright, fine. Let's see what's going on. Witness testimony. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there are plenty of gaps I could see through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when an student came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smouldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera ready to click. I pulled through the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Alright. He's gonna mention his pen. He has to mention his pen. Read screens, you say? Right, you see them clearly enough in the great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. The whole thing from the start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in journalists, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. The Memoism in a nutshell. At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe you may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, I cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here you've yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your course examination. There, cross. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this report if it meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Alright, we have to press him then. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy, old reed screens, so there's plenty of gas I could see through. We're sitting on the stool when the student came in and started arguing. Alright, what did they argue about? So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut. Yep, and she was raging. Raging like my general spirit. And the argument you mentioned... What was that exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked around to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Oh, I see. Weird. Weird saying, but okay. The man should have been an author. His great talents are wasted on journalism. The student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person isn't English for the first time. He's really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, the woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climatic moment I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear this Koya actually saw the precise moment the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have this simple plan, the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was here. On this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out the way. Okay, that's wrong then. In the flash, Punson, no. It's the two past each other. What? Oh, wait. No, wait. She stabbed him from behind. On the floor. That's the two past each other. What? What do you describe as a grim scene indeed? Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what minimalism is, says. Layout of the hut where the victim was found. By the way, Minimamo-san, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture on film? Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's a raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. If yes, Professor. I think the witness's last, expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to the formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request. Isn't that a charge in itself? Just observing. I mean, yeah, technically manslaughter. If you, it's more like if you're hiding, not really, you're a witness, but if you're trying to hide the murderer, ignoring the murder. I think it's more like, if for example, let's say he saw the murder, but he didn't say who the killer was. Then yeah, that's bad. That's like manslaughter, I think it's called. But like, I think it's fine to not be involved though. It's like, what's it called? Like, not everyone is gonna be like jumping into like a murder and be like, yo, stop, please. Not everyone can do that. I don't think that's a crime in of itself. You may argue ethically and morally, but I don't think that's a crime in of itself to not get involved in something. Like, ethically, morally, you can like obviously dissect that, but in terms of law, I don't think it's a crime. Only if you like hide the truth afterwards. Well, nihilism is the foundation of minimalism. I'll prove that my words aren't meaningless. Okay, sure. I never once set foot in the hut. Not spoke to England. I was there as an observer. Ignoring the victim is a crime. I guess like if you see the victim's body, I guess, and it's like, no, bye bye, I'm not getting involved. I guess that in that case. Alright, yeah, your pen, sorry.
Objection!
Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie. This is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more I can't say this guy's name. Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting those recriminatory words, Counsel? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of the crime. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look closer at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No! Righton Menememo. RM. That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of Menememoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It appears that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favourite fountain pen, that is. Horse dung. Menememo-san, is it not the case before she died? You met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut.
Objection!
Why would she be listening to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as been many people with the initials RM, as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... the Shoyu emblem.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Menememo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Menememo-san, how do you respond? No! Order! Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright, then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. Trying so hard to deflect, pretty much. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before the little evil little student girl showed up at her face in the hut. It could have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. Okay, so did no one see this guy? Did no one see him? Or did he sneak in through the back of the hut? But it came to nothing. And as we memoists, oh no, memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. How insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. Most are blind, I think you know this. True. True. You know, testify on an oath under the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In no good conscience, I cannot speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. Because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? What? Alright, what are you doing, Soseki-san? Memoism states that one's man's secret is every other man's front page story. Yeah, you're pretty bad. Very well, I shall grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san hiding something? Okay, now he's back to being paranoid. The witness's secrets. Everyone keep making a job harder. Everyone has secrets, that's for sure. I asked the Englishwoman for interview, but she declined. I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed, and the other witness come running. The detective realized that the victim started a pulse. He went out to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very specific question. But he didn't say anything like that in his testimony, which is why demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Maybe he asked why he killed? I don't know. We'll see. This is preposterous. I'm only hearing about this now. Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in the hut? Alright. It's not so... it's not as complex as the first case in the other game, but there is a lot more secrets going on. Okay, English woman for an interview was declined, so left the hut without making a fuss. Watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. You had to realize the victim saw the post, so you ran off to fetch help. Okay, cool. And let me press these two.
Hold it!
What's the question? What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ah! Out with it, Yoko hack. What do you hear? What do you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand. Ah, ah, that was you. Alright, that was a sand castle. Ah. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Okay, so it wasn't even Jazale. It was freaking Ray who was the cry for help. Ray. I ran out to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. So this Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground. He sprang off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you say? What did you ask her, Sasaki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But what? When in the stand, you answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand you amend your testimony. I will. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labelled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Twice? Wasn't it only one time? What do you mean twice? Wasn't it once? Unless... No, that's too... You weren't in Britain for a long time, were you? Unless there's a case that happened in the past. And it had to do with... Van Zieks, maybe. Maybe that's why Van Zieks hates the Japanese. Or rather, he has, like, a prejudice against them. Maybe Saseki was involved in that case as well. Maybe. We'll see. Because only twice. That doesn't make sense. Twice. There's only one time that we saw him. So maybe there was something else then in the past. Better to be a fool for a minute and remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for it. I see. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. Yeah. He had a rough time. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in the manner of speaking, I suppose. Alright. She just lifted the trembling figure and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
I mean, maybe Jazeo is like being like, "Lo, here's my last funny before I die. I'm gonna accuse her, even though she did nothing because I'm funny like that." Maybe I can imagine Jazeo just doing that, like, haha, my last funny is just like accusing someone of murder, even though they did nothing. I can see that being the case, honestly. Respect pointing a finger at the defendant. Saseki-san, is that true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you? Oh! Last of her straight to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Back of the hut! Back of a hut! The camera, the photo, easy peasy. We got this. Easy. Easy. The back of the hut where the journalist is. Not the victim behind her. Not the culprit, rather. Not Ray. Can't be denied. It's the direction of the No. The guy was there. We know. It's easy. We got this. No. Zerky-san, why not did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say. This is not British Court of Law. You respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. Englishwoman did point a finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was at all. You mean your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear. Fiddlesticks like in League of Legends. Ha. There's a character called Fiddlesticks. It is like some really old English phrase.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may be barely conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger was wavered slightly. And there can be no doubt this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the ID of her assailant. Why? Old folk tale in lol. I see. Yes, it's like an old phrase, like fiddlesticks, nonsense, that's nonsense kind of line. Ancient god, demon of fear, occupying the body of a scarecrow. Ah, I see. Interesting. Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in direction of... No, the photograph. The guy self-report like mad. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed a crime. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No, come on. The photograph. My guy just self-reported. The headings writing themselves. Dashing lawyers hopes dash. 92 points across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. It's just serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim of evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, given the choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find a clue we need. It's the photo. Like, my guy self-reported like mad. This was... If only Among Us Friends was here, the man would have flushed out the airlock. Ha! Ha! Ray gave her account of the events unfolding before the trial resumed. She told us what happened, that he was stabbed... Yeah. Precise moment Brett was killed. Yeah, it's clear. We're sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty for herself and Ray? Amid all the information we've gathered so far, it must be an answer. Yeah, the hut is not solid, is it? I take it then, the defense has nothing to add. So, the gallant Yoko student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime? What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was that was around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternate theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo, Yes, Your Excellency. You present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. The moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly was the proposed victim concealed? Behind her.
Take that!
Naruto-san would never give up, and I'm Naruto-san now. The true culprit was fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? This is really clear cut. It feels too clear cut. And also, why would he stab her? Order, order, order. But lawyer student Naruto-san Esquire. That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, Cobra had been outside the hut. There is no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. And actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. And in point of fact, the evidence can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel. The defense attorneys asserted the defense association is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Piss easy. Self-report.
Take that!
Well, I presented it now. I haven't the first idea. What? No! It's the what are you talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of what? What? Yeah. Wait, what? Huh? What? If your theory is correct and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut, there should be a visible trace somewhere. A trace. Oh! Wait, what? What? Fine. Oh, fine. Okay, right. Because the photograph was taken... The photo was taken afterwards. Was taken like... He just ripped it apart afterwards. Okay, fine. Listen here. Is this hole here? This slit? I feel that should have worked, to be honest. I feel this should have worked, but fine. The original photographic print of the crime scene? But wait. Clearly visible in this print, the trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Wait, what? Wait. So this was taken afterwards, after she died. But then how did he fix the this hole? Unless he can put it back together and it's fine. How did he fix this big hole in the hut? Unless it's like you can just like grab it together and get it pretty much neatly together, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Throw for content, ha. Someone at least appears to have noticed what it is I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in the photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim taken place from outside the hut? Yeah, here, the slit.
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't see any such thing. It's true the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect, however, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the beach hut when Brett was killed. Writing Menememo-san. It could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of the farcical scenario that the victim was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen. With a line perfectly, the back of a person was sitting on the stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membami's-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. It seems too simple. It feels too simple, but it's also the first case. But then again, the first case of last game was a bit more complex. But it feels too simple right now. By your silence, Mimimano-san, I take it you don't deny the charge? This is absurd. That will do. It would appear we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of the matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of this crime. What? Huh? Oh, wait, what? Oh, Membami, sorry. Menememo, sorry. I'm mixing up names. Membami, Menememo. I'm mixing up names. I got confused. I finally made him cave. This seems too simple. There's something up. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. Yaochi Clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict. Alright, what's up? Give us your words. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in the place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, this trial already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Alright, what's up? The poison? Oh! He's saying the cause of death is poison. Well, what are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that deadly poison you were developing was stolen from the lab, correct? And it's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. Uno reverse card, pretty much. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Oh, so are we playing what? How did they die? Games and like saying, she may be stabbed, but that doesn't matter. She was poisoned first. I imagine we're playing that game now. Given her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely. Yes, if she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her body. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and whose blade. Because, quite simply, Englishwoman's life was taken not by knife, but by poison.
Objection!
But that can't be explained by the poison being on... Come on, we already... Susato, don't do this.
Objection!
You already went through this. Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the very blade used to attack the victim had no trace of poison in it whatsoever. Ugh. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photographic here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked over the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have spilled into either. Slipped, so somebody made Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
I mean, you went to the hut early. Established, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it was you. Me? What does he mean? Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I might call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me give a shot at this magnificent beard, your excellency. Claim it be impossible that you were the one who administered the poison to the victim. You explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you can make such a claim. I'm a journalist, I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's memoism. For a brief moment I thought I limited the truth. But it slipped back into obscurity again. I mean, he knows. He knows the poison is missing because he wrote an article on it. Where's this trial going to take us? He knows what he's doing. He knows the poison is gone because he wrote about it. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. It's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I bother to stab a woman if I really poisoned her? Oh, you just stabbed her. Sure, just stab her. Just stab her, sure. When I heard the student guard, that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. In the courts, we're going to punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would see justice done. You stabbed her, sure. So, you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like this have? That's why I did it. I did what pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of the charming lady's back, I plunged that blade of sweet justice right in her. Cool. But then he's gonna say the poison is the cause of death, though. As someone who spent his life seeing the truth as told, I feel really, really off about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl, now is a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. Alright, we're playing games of like, how did she die? Argument is sound, certainly. And the witness had administered the poison himself. He'd only have waited for it to take effect. I mean, you could just go double bluff. Just double bluff it. Like fake cause of death. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. She died of being killed. Ha! Ha! Pretty much, honestly. Therefore, the reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. After I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, you're gonna get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what is soon to be your final examination in the trial. Alright. Yes, Your Excellency. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's a very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why'd I bother to stab the victim if I already poisoned her? When I heard the student go in that pompous murder ironing, it got my goat. If Cora's gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
Hold it!
And was that someone else you, Menemo-san? No comment. Sorry. It was the accused who sent the Englishwoman to hell. I just waved her off, that's all. Alright, yes, I got my hands a little dirty in the process, it's true. But you listen to me. Okay, he's doing something, he has to be doing a pursue or something here. He's just here now. My blade was rested at the justice of it all. The woman got what she deserved. I say we should applaud the young student girl. Her and courage to get rid of that world of that menace. Has been proven defended in anything of the sort. Sorry about that. Slip of the tongue. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic seems reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for the Brispet's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her after poisoning, I feel for sure everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Okay, yeah, so...
Hold it!
Oops, wrong one. What is that he really arguing about? About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. Oh! The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John hates Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Mikotaba no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There is little doubt she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really feel for her. Alright, what's up? Is it Ray? Yeah. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't blurt out whatever you feel like. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Zato, please, make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. You're in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, grape-peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should have to hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to returning the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of defense. But, Your Excellency... This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We're discussing a stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Mr. Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly regarded secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the lab are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief manages to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, new poison out would be very difficult. It's the pen! It's the pen! That's true. I pestered Mikotabo until you agreed to show me the poison when I visited the lab. As I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin you've been developing, you see. And since Saseki-san expressed his interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact it was extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singular, terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Sure, you can understand that. Okay, yeah, so whatever Saseki-san was involved in had poison. Because obviously, it's not our case where Saseki was involved with Naruhodo. So there must be another case with him. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government. It was a 360 no-scope wall bang. Yeah, that sure was the last case with Saseki. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. How did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers, and she said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Memento-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were out the beats hut listening in while the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Yeah. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumei Medical Research Lab. The story was published in this morning's edition of the Shoyu News. The details are too okay, yeah, so it seems that Meno wants to have, like... He does have, like, a decent intention of, like, bringing to light the government and military stuff. He does have some motive. And, like, as Ray said, if something were to happen with the poison, it will bring the military and government into disrepute. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Minamel-san, as a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Menememoism. Father was clearly right about this. The reporter did write the article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact you were listening in. That's why you came up with the sinking story about me arguing with her. Stinking, yeah. Just shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. He's sweating. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Alright, we got you now. The point is, if you poison someone, there'll be no reason to go and then stab the person as well. Whoops, wrong way. The victim had already taken poison already. Okay, yeah. I stabbed the woman. Why would I bother to stab if I already poisoned her? When I heard the pompous, it was nothing to do with Wilson. Alright, let's press this. He's reiterating this point. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before even tasting it. Completely reckless. Although it might surprise you to learn, I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to be a reason for this. If it was the reporter who gave... Okay, this is the pen, it's the pen. It's the pen. It's the pen. The pen was hiding the thing. It's the pen. The pen is the evidence. Wait, what? Between him leaving sad, there has been very crucial change in the situation. The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. That's it. That's when Mimilson first found out the nature of the poison he'd used. It could be the key here. The nature of the poison he used. Even the smallest amount, mouth or wound, would prove fatal. Current methods cannot detect. Oh, university would have to be consulted. Oh, I see. She stabbed because you can't detect the poison. Because you can't detect it. It's to cover it up. Then there's nothing sus about it. It's a double bluff. The reason you would do it is because you can't detect it. You need proper investigation. And the reason is you want them to, yeah.
Objection!
It's because you can't detect it. Well, otherwise it'd seem like she died out of nowhere. I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
What are you going with this, counsel? Mimbami-san has made it clear he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found opportunity, this man would have seen it. This means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimbami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Mimbami-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and couldn't be readily obtained. I see, absolutely. In fact, this is quite an understatement. The impossible place it could have come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. And there are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had ended by the use of the poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my lab is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would have been foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Mimbami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you writing men a memo. Gah. Alright, still pretty straightforward, but not like with a little bit of a snag partway through. It was you who stole the poison from the lab that day. It was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so untraceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learn of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you had the plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But you'd hoped the victim's death would have happened before, wouldn't it? Hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one has suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effect of the poison meant it would be too easily identified to get to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging the knife into the victim's back. Yeah, he's a terrible criminal. Either way, he gets screwed. Like, even without the poison, it's like, okay, who stabbed her in the back? Either way, we'd have signs pointing to him. No matter what, either way, he'd be sus. So like, this guy's a terrible criminal. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of, yes, the counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows. I'm rather sure terrible criminal is not an insult to no one. True. At least it means that you aren't some big mastermind evil guy. This guy just fumbled the bag horrifically. He just fumbled it so hard. That in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he's clinging to lost hope. Lost hope. Yeah, you're screwed. Hold it. Alright. Oh, hat gone. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What? What are you talking about? He looks like... What's it called? He looks like one of those, like, old anime characters. Like, from, like, the early days. Not early days, but, like, I'd say 80s, 90s. He has that art style. It should be blatantly obvious. He looks like Lupin the Third, yeah. He looks like... Lupin or... What's that name? What's that guy, that surgeon guy? Not Jack Black. I forgot the name. Blackjack? I forgot. Let me quickly check. He looks similar because of like his hair as well. What's his name again? Oh yeah, Blackjack. It is Blackjack. He looks like that. Not exactly, but like he has like that, like similar like hair over the eyes kind of thing going on. The eye covering hair. Nothing like him. I mean, like hair wise, I guess. the hair covering the eyes and the eye style. I saw the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. You watched Dr. Jack Black. I watched like one episode of it randomly somewhere, but I never watched it. I think I watched like the remake, the remaster or something, like one bit of it. I never watched it fully. It's like I saw a little bit of the episode randomly around somehow. Man of culture. Not fully. I didn't watch it yet though. He looks cool, but I haven't watched it yet. He looks like, yeah, a Tezuka character. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in his trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for, the power of printed word. Come on, what did he say? But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Oh, head to toe. And forwardly search head when they leave. Even if he managed to... It's the pen. It's the pen. It's blatant. It's the pen. It's the pen. How's that then? Blown this story wide open? See, I, write in memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's lab. Ah, it's the pen. It's the pen. It's blatant. You don't have to get shot every time. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is definitely definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There's only one way that you, Menememo-san, could have stolen that poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that the victim stole the poison that day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by your weasel hair. Calligraphy brushes and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Stuck up a soupçon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. I heard like there's currently like a trend now going on with inks as well again in Japan. Like I saw like for one of the games I play, they're now selling like merchandise but like really fancy ink of that as well. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. But it's always talking of sucking up ink have. And just as it's possible to suck ink up the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Menememo-san, when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used that fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? From the nib. Tribute all the most on the field. Ha. Ha. Nibiru, ha. My siphoning the poison up from the nib into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there are procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say. But for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that the pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene of the crime by Menememo-san. So the crucial question is, where exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting the natural conclusion is that in your haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass? Oh! 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 I was thinking that I was thinking he stabbed her with the pen and then stabbed her with a knife. But right, she was already poisoned after. She was already poisoned a bit in the past. What are you thinking? Yeah, I was thinking that he stabbed her with a pen nib, like from the back, and then it's like, oh shit, this is bad. Knife time. I mean, it's not inconceivable to stab it's not. It's not inconceivable to stab someone with a pen. It's not inconceivable.
Objection!
That could be any number. She would have run. True. I mean, like, do you feel? I mean, would you feel it though if you get like a prick at the back on your back? You think it's like a bug or something? There's like, bah, a small prick. There could be any number of alternate explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. I mean, yes, a pen, but like, I don't know. And then, when shocked by one of her outrageous questions, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled this reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Have you ever seen a pen before? Not with force, but like I felt obviously a fountain pen on my finger. Not with force, but like I don't know. You could maybe like do like a small jab. Okay, yeah, but she drank the poison. She drank the poison. The irony of drinking the poison this time around with her. Witness, what did you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So, what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if the pencil snaps? Okay, Wolverine. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ha! He looks cool, not gonna lie. With his eye covered with the hair. He looks cool. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen. That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, outstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks like as though it's going to take one final evidence to blow this, to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could simply exist.
Objection!
Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In this courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the victim's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
The Regent. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can ID the poison in question. Ah! Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be possible to detect traces of it by any other methods. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Menemeno-san, is all it would take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. Oops. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least no one to admit defeat. Your Excellency, Ill Defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Yeah. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to do this, trying to hold it against I took up arms in the form of a mighty pen. I fought tirelessly on the battlefield of news. One of them was just and wretchedness. Yes, but it was Zato, with me. I'm there. Oh, we actually take him down. We actually do take him down. Did I do it right? That was a Zato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. We actually do take him down. The instant the first drop of Regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it in there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen? How's that clear? All I saw is a black screen. That's right. Answer me one. I mean, we don't need to see it. We can get explained to us in that moment. Answer me one thing, Menemenel-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a general like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Okay, you're not too bad. You're not too bad. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways. He's sus, yeah. From the very start, like why from the very start of like being in the courtroom taking pictures. Like I was hoping honestly that it wasn't gonna be Hosonaga. I didn't want him to be a criminal. I like him a lot, so I was hoping it wouldn't be Hosonaga. And there wasn't that many witnesses. I don't like Jazeki-san seems too important. Yeah, he reported like 3 different times, like, "Lo, here's my picture, and then here's my knife, and then like my pen is my name." It was blatant. You must learn to learn between reporting and listening at doors, you ignorant plebeian. What do you call me? Criminal is attorney than Kodaka games. Yeah, at least you don't get killed. At least you don't get killed. This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free pass, is really depressing. You see our superior ways in the East. You lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out, and crawl back into the cave you came from. Alright, he got pissed off. That's what I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. Pretty much, yeah. Then again, it's like, I feel like the game is going for irony. Like, we see firsthand how the justice system in Britain isn't exactly foolproof either. The jury system is potentially messed up with how easily manipulated they are. And obviously we saw with McGilded's trial how evidence could be just messed up. So I think they're going for irony with like how she thinks like, oh, we're the superior justice system, we're superiors, you're idiots. But then we see in Britain how it's not so different, to be honest. It's not so different. It's like, it's still flawed and messed up. So I feel like they're going for irony, that's for sure. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. You're not too bad. You're not too bad. I suppose it was my general spirit getting fired up. You're not the worst, at least. You're a terrible criminal, but you're not the worst. You're not the worst motive, I guess. But again, it's not good that you pinned it on Ray. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver justice you sought. I mean, there's no justice in the press. Ah, sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. Ah! And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I remind you of your position, witness. Be careful. Come on. You're already gonna go to prison. Come on. Let it all out. While out. Let's do this. While out. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was gonna sail away in the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I've done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean. If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minamon-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're not better than Giselle Brett. What? I mean, he has a point. Come on, can we at least press further on the cover-up? Come on. Can we at least go deep on that aspect? You have no right. I mean, yeah, he was wrong about that, but like, he has a point. Come on. Can we talk about the cover-up? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. Come on. I want to cover up. Come on. Alright, we better get the cover-up stuff exposed in this game. Like, be better. It'll appear that we have reached the conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Ahem. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in the manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience with the Supreme Court. Excellent performance. In truth, it was very much reminding me of your counsel's exploits. Oh, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, gives me hope we are generally entered a new era of justice in the land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, any final thoughts? Oh no! You're gonna cut his hair. He gives up now. Prosecutor Ouchie? I, Takasuchi Ouchie of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence. Rather than living on in shame. He's gonna cut his hair. I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot. The time is right. For farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi. Ah! He just gave up now. Bold. Pretty much. The praying pose. Wow, even Hosonaga. Rest in peace. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Okay, we do have the sakura petals. We don't have fireworks, but we do have petals. Court is adjourned. Alright, give me a second. Hold on. BRB, 1 sec. Short stream today. Maybe, yeah. Give me a second, though. Hold on. I'm back. Not 8 hours, not 6 hours, Sag. Yeah, this is gonna be a shorter stream at least. I might check out the start of a next case just so we know where we're going with it for the next case. The final case for the 8-hour moment. I might start 1 hour earlier when we get to the parts that are very long. Maybe for like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th case, I might start an hour earlier, just so that I have time and not like feeling rushed if it gets too long. But yeah, I might check out a little bit of the next case just so that we know where we're going and to leave like a cliffhanger to see where the game is going and whatnot. Though that would mean that the next case is going to be shorter. The next stream would be shorter as well. But we'll see. Let's see the end of this case first. 13th August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. It's a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would like to say that credits belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no need more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... What? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo. I'm taking you out to the milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anyone else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Rei. Yeah, don't go throwing your father. You came all the way here because you got ill. Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Rei's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I could have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I still miss him in a way, but it's back to Sato Mikotaba now. So, I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Suzeki-san and Inspector Sanaga, have you been keeping well? Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Sato Mikotaba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No. Double dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mrs. Sato-san, Esquiress, that you were a locum student Naruhodo-san, Esquire's cousin. Astonishing, astounding ace attorney. Poor Suzeki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. He said the thing, yeah. He sure did. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at Old Bailey, Suzeki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. I'm Chief Inspector of the Police Bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? That was your idea to wear a turtle. I'm not sure you'd be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Just two, really? And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event? I hope. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll see you back as, thingy. On my patch to Nuvo, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I really want you to come to Britain. I really like him. I like him more than Gregson. I like Hosonaga more than Gregson. But again, Gregson did mess us up last trial. But still, I like Hosonaga a lot. I like his design. But again, he's mostly just like old guy, but like he's cool. I do worry about Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, as I say, to keep us safe on the journey. When then Kazuma died. But it didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Yeah, that's... ow. From my perspective, I have to admit I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder of that English woman committed at the end of last year. Ah yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Mr. John H. Wilson, Doctor. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now the culprit herself is dead. We'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Oh, I'm gonna talk about Iris? My arch nemesis. How lightly he utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, Detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been a friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. Okay, now it thickens up. Now we're thickening up. I mean, it's obvious to us, but like, it's nice that someone said it finally. And that's really true. Yeah, Iris's dad is dead. That poor girl will never see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study, around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. When returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at Imperial Yume University. I also served another role, advised the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some things confidential matters I can't divulge to you. Okay, you're sus as hell now, come on. Could you just tell me one thing? Why'd you send me back to Japan? Okay, yeah, you were not ill. It's been 2 months since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said you collapsed from a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, father. Was there something in Great Britain you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? Because that's really the explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you really deserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... let me go! Only 4 hours. This is the first case, to be fair. Menomeno-san. So, 1 throw was enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Oh, Jazale. We'll see how it goes the rest of the game. Visiting student. Jazale Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama? What are you talking about? What does that have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. You don't know about the guy never made it to England, that he died on a steamship, and that he'll never... Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. I mean, yeah, I mean, we are hiding... He's not wrong. Yeah, of course. Yes, they're connected. There's a sequel. This is the direct sequel. Direct sequel. Alright. I mean, he's not wrong. Why are we silencing him? He's not wrong. I just need to find him here. What are we officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Excellency. This is sus now. I don't trust you. I don't trust these... I don't trust these guys. I was coming to tell you that rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Ha 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 ha. The trial is over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Shishiro Jigoku. And you may say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along, from the start of the trial? The whole game in Japan is going to become important. Like the Japanese... Yeah, of course, yeah. The Japanese Morse code. Yeah, nah. Like, why are we... Wait, because, like, Kazuma has a gravestone. So, like, the public doesn't know about it. It's sus. You're sus. I can't trust you. You're like a government puppet. Like, Honestly, Mememeno is not too bad. Like, I mean, he is bad, but like, he has a point. He has a point. There's a cover-up going on. There's some sus things going on. A judge sees everything, says Otto. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Shishiro here hadn't known and didn't recognize you, I'd have word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Shishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, I have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father... Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. He's gonna die. He's gonna get killed. My guy's gonna get killed. Well done again, both of you. You did it admirably. Going back to London and covering some grand crime. Maybe. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Shishiro's sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Oh, you taught him. I see, maybe. Pre-planned timeline. To be fair, like, like, the other games don't have, like, as much of a connection to each other. Well, they do kind of, like, recurring characters, but not directly plot-wise, I feel. They're all, like, neatly tied up in their own games. Takedown sling fight. Takedown's better. Takedown's better. Sarcastic, I see. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? Just about Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna get killed. He's gonna get killed. Judicial Assistant Mikitaba-san Esquires, could I have a word? Fair. Yes, of course, Saseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Saseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruto-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Coming around to Japan, I submitted a report about my experience in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotaba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. Particular part. What was the particular part? Is it Van Zeek's? Is it Van Zeek's? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Only one. Never forget, your father seemed to be concerned himself mainly with the second case. Second one? You mean the one Mr. Shums forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, point is, that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. There's another case we don't know about. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. That was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Yeah, what? We haven't seen this case. The mysterious lodgings. Haunted lodgings. We haven't seen that yet.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. how you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in.
Yeah, we don't know anything about that.
Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
How? I guess Susato is stuck in Japan for a while. So I wonder how he's gonna come back to Naruhodo-san. We'll see. I think I want to see the next case a little bit, just to see where we're going with the next case. I want to take a look. I want to see. Okay, so there's a case in between that we don't get to see. We like after the first case with Soseki, but before. So there's something in between. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Ah, I see. Yeah, so it was this must be the case they're talking about. Okay, we'll check it out for a little bit and then we'll continue. I guess we're gonna flashback to Britain now. We must be flashbacking. All right, we'll check out maybe 30 minutes of this and then find a good stopping point. I want to see where we're going and then we'll continue next time I stream this game. I don't know what I'm gonna stream Friday yet. I want to see 8 hours later. I'm not gonna do that long. I can't. I think there's gonna be investigation for at least a little bit, and then we'll continue next time. But yeah, tomorrow's Limbus with Mirror's Dungeon release, and then Friday either Code Vein or this. I'll see how I'm feeling. I'll see whichever one I'm feeling like doing. Code Vein or this. And Saturday, I might be busy. I don't know. I think some plans might have come up. I'll see. If I don't stream Saturday, it means I'm busy. And then Sunday for the next week onwards, it's going to be pretty light. Or if at all, I'm going to stream. Just as a break week. Even back the week after. But yeah, let's take a look and see where we're going with this at least. If you're down, then it'll be Cobain. If you're happy, it'll be AA. We'll see.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Okay.
But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
I'll think about it. I'm not sure yet, because I know the DLC is harder than the main story.
The sensational headlines of the day.
I'll see. I'm not sure
Haunted
yet.
apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
I think either that or this is going to be purely investigation and no
Yet,
court case.
though the great detective had
We'll
at
see.
once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Oh, are we going to get those two that we saw arguing during that case? Because they never showed up again. So, But yeah, I'll see. Because I know we don't get put into New Game Plus right away, so I might do the main story and then I'll see how I'm feeling with the DLC. I'll give it a try, but I won't stress over it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how much we can get done next stream for Code Vein. I'm feeling more like doing the main story first and then trying the DLC, because I heard it's harder. So I don't want to be like bashing my head against the wall and not having the game done yet. At least trying the DLC first. Sure, maybe, sure. Depths are really quick, so it's not too bad. The depths are quick. So it's only the boss fight that's going to be the annoying part. The depths are faster to do. DLC is harder because the plot is worse. I heard there isn't much plot in the DLC. There's like some blood code, but like there's not much like story addition to it. My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer starting out my journey. 6 months ago, I was a visiting student of law. I did hear that, like, if I saw like people are like, get the DLC if you're interested in gameplay, but not really if you're like wanting more story or anything. It's more just like, here's just more boss fights to do, pretty much. And not really like, here's like some deep lore or like character-based stuff, really, from what I heard. I ended up checking, like, seeing people's opinions on it first. 6 months ago, I read as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. On the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I acquainted with a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run a legal consultancy of sorts. Successfully defended a number of cases, clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. A particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle from months ago now. Since, I hadn't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. Tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived in the morning from my homeland. Okay, yeah, so now we're not flashbacking to the very past, at least. We're in the present time now. Well, present in game. Okay, but he hasn't been in court. I guess, to be fair, because like he's like, oh, I'm going to reveal government secrets. Let's go. So now he can't go to court. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. Go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. August 30th, 7:28 AM. Sholmes' suite. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I have a surprise this morning. Shh, no another word, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, we got the thing back. The analyzer, whatever it's called. Or is it different? No, it's the same one, isn't it? I don't know. This could just be an abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Okay, we get like a really big close-up with him. The truth is clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. Well, what are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, something reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you neglected to fasten the third button on your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these facts point to you having been flustered this morning. I shall cover the... Say with one swift motion, I shall cover the culprit's crime. Ha! Can I talk now? Well, of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Heard he pulled your button off? What were you doing? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing tunes of haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Just rip off his clothes. Sure. Mr. Charisma. Honestly, yeah, I love Sholmes a lot. He has that like really fun energy I like in some characters. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me. You expect to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. The bacon got me thinking of bread, and that bread could easily contain sawdust without consumer ever knowing about some really advanced chemistry. Victorian age was unique. Ah, that kind of thing, yeah. I heard about that. And like sawdust in like cornflakes and stuff. But Hurley, Reno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of British Empire, the famous consulting detective Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. Mine is a special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. There are live electrical wires going through the rooms that could easily be fatal if you touch them. Yeah, that's also bad. A truly exceptional little girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, as published in Rant's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, why won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it? Really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Chemicals built up through touch and inhaling. And microplastics, I guess. Alright, the letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. Yeah, that thing as well. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at a court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do, we helped the man. You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the moustache, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and moustache. He didn't have two moustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Alright, let me look around the room first. I want to see something. Alright, nothing changed here. Oops. Let me take a look at this. Mrs. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't the violin made by someone famous? Yes, it's Stradivarius. Oh, I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo. But didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbroker among the forfeited articles. It clearly says Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid him 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Sherlock Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow. It said so on the label. I think perhaps that ignorant broker has something of a turn for shelling. And Machine really is imposing, isn't it? Like, can I remember his name? Hurley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all. That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? We got it back from the pawnbroker then. Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analyst results of anything which you care to present it. But how to interpret the results? That's the key, and I confess I have no idea. Clearly, I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve this problem. That might not help. Alright, let's get back to talking now. Startling news. So, what was this startling news penned by Mrs. Zato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. Did not occur. Alternative history of world where Sholmes is a British diplomat. Ha! That'd be quite something. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Zato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Oh, it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsumi said to her, apparently. Just that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? When Mr. Natsumi's returned to Japan, Suzato's father questioned him about the case, he says. And something Mr. Natsumi said appeared to trouble Mr. Mikotaba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case. Yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. Even Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mrs. Zato was suddenly told 4 months ago she had to return to Japan? What's up, Sholmes? It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. Yeah. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to telegrams she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No! He was ill. No. It said that he was suffering from high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mrs. Zato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Okay, got your outfit on now. Ah, well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. According to the letter, he has no pulse. I hereby conclude he has passed away due to eternal crime scene. Ha! So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Oh, he's avoiding things. He scuttled off rather quickly there. Alright. I think perhaps Professor Mikotabo isn't the only person hiding something here. Saseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, like the Baskerville. Like the Hounds of Baskerville as well. Aha! I found them at last. Demand the fort. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit? And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes once again together. Everything what happened to our investigation, to that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Oh, maybe either something happens or Naruhodo goes back to Japan with Sholmes and Iris. Maybe we go back to Japan. Avoid, I don't know. I like the jury system. I like the jury system in the game. So it'd be a shame to not have that later on. We'll see. And also, the Old Bailey just looks better aesthetically. It's more brighter. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. Yeah, that thing. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. Yeah, this one. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Suzeki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. I think maybe Sholmes got Suzeki arrested so that so maybe Van Zieks would show up in court, maybe. Because that's the only reason why Van Zieks would show up, because it's a Japanese person. Maybe. I can imagine that's the case. Maybe Sholmes intentionally did that. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato and I decided to represent Suzeki in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyous, joyous, jubilant jubilation was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Another case. A telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato and I summoned Handsome and headed immediately to the hospital. That's a giant rat. Or mouse. St. Bartholomew's hospital. Oh, Bart's. Right. Recovery ward. There you are, at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. That's a doctor. Onion night? Where? Oh, this thing in the back. It looks like it. Oh? Yeah, it looks like it. You're late. What not took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 25-minute ride to the hospital. One sec. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken up 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roasted at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Ah, there you are, yeah, you. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. Sholmes decide the flow of time, pretty much. That's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... Ah yes, here we are. Miss Green. What is this? This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruto. It's an artist mannequin, I believe. Oh, I see. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not something where you call a typical figure for that purpose, though. No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh. Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of heart. Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed... What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. What are you doing here? Nothing? Okay, this this photo, this picture, this easel, canvas. Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruto. An enormous mouse. Vermin in the hospital? Doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very helpful specimen, doesn't it? Very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. Alright, let's talk to Green. Good morning? Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Shisato Mikotaba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you. I'm Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come give your best wishes. Can give our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you? I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Good luck. Good luck there. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. No, I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. I mean, we know about it. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking down the pavement. What terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? When I've been here in the hospital, I mean? Indeed it has, my dear madame. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, is Mr. Naruhodo's work in the court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. I guess it's going to be Gregson. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no! We're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Ha! Oops. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. Brixton. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it haunted? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndyke is a mere 3 minutes walk from Brixton town centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is far less salubrious town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means. Suzaki-san does fit the bill. I guess she's rich a bit. Somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine artist to be walking in such a district. That's all. Why were you there? Yeah. Why were you there? What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me. Do forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Narrowfodder here? Mr. Narrowfodder. Narrowfodder now? Well, if you're looking for Narrowfodder, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrowfodder. Good, this is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Mr. Natsumi sent a message to me. But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's the Scotland Yard's constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? He says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. Maybe we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings as we did. That would be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I'll hail a fiacre. What? At once. It was only yesterday that Suzaki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? May very well be the luckiest man alive. Okay, yeah, fair. Or so it seemed to us at the time. We were soon discovered it was worse than we thought. Alright. I think we'll call it after we see Suzaki. Let's see how... We'll see. 21st February, 7:18 AM, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ground floor. Oh, it's you! What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased, without question. He's dead. Welcome soon, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I woke up next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. British lodgings, ha. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoot, shove off. Show us out the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came in with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? And there's Gregson. Okay, I guess that's... Okay, yeah, having a flashback works because, like, Gregson might be in trouble still. And obviously, Suzume... Sorry. Susato is in Japan, so having a flashback case work makes sense. Here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. What a... Better than most places I've been in. Ha. Pleasant, is it? Give me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too. Place where you just wake up at 5 for no reason for a week straight. Ha. It'd be hard to sleep here, to be honest, I feel. Alright, I think, yeah, we'll leave it here for today. We'll leave it here for today. Since, so we have the crime scene, like, to investigate, and then it's gonna be clear cut. So we don't forget anything or anything big. But okay, another murder is afoot. So, yeah. We'll leave this for now. Friday, maybe, maybe not. Code Vein or Ace Attorney. I'll figure out which one I want to, do. Yes, it's window tax. Yeah, they mention it in the in last game as well. Case 4. They mentioned the window is like window tax as well. They mention it. Roll a dice. I'll see. It depends on mood, as well as whether I have Saturday available to me or not. Because I might have something going on Saturday. Maybe, maybe not. It's not certain yet, but I might be busy Saturday. If not, I'll stream the other game. Vice versa. We'll see. But yeah, I'll decide what I do Friday. Tomorrow is going to be Limbus. So there's that. Real friends and family. Ha! Yes. I might have plans. Yes. But yeah, I'll catch you, well, whenever, Jelly. Hope things are gonna be alright there. But yeah, have a good day, evening. You too, yeah. You too. Catch you tomorrow or whenever I see you again. Catch you whenever. Bye-bye for now.